favorite time to talk is when I'm annoyed. It's not really that big of a deal, but I'm gonna make it a big deal. Things are mostly going good for me. I'll update you guys. Some of the best days of my life. We got a new cat. My partner and I have been having a lot of good days together. Things feel pretty good. Can't complain. Got a lot of big plans. We're going to Texas this week. Tried some Dave's Hot Chicken recently. That was delicious. I've been loving going to Costco. Costco got some amazing produce, especially if you're coming from like Walmart or Aldi. Costco produce, good hits. Price is great. So, things have been pretty good. I wish there was a Costco in the city we lived in. That'd be nice. Yeah, it's all good. There's some other grocery stores that sound pretty nice in the city we live in. Yeah, things have been pretty good with the family. What is annoying me though is, well, first my back went out like a week and a half ago for like almost no reason. Felt strong for like basically a year and a half, and then it just randomly went out from almost nothing. Picking up a pet carrier that only weighed like 30 pounds, which doesn't really make sense because I was picking up a bunch of heavy bikes that were weighing 50 to 60, 70 pounds earlier than that. A couple days, a couple weeks before that. So that's been really frustrating. My back's a lot better though, so I'm happy about that. But what I wanted to complain about was, try to keep this short so I can get back to the game. I'm going to talk about the game a little bit. This is not, if you're not amazing at this game, there's like almost no way to talk or play it. You'll eventually just die to some randomness that you needed to be way more attentive to avoid and stuff like that. I like this game. It definitely has its quirks though, like it's a little bit bullshit. You kind of just either need to cheat and know all the secrets, or you need to play it a fuck ton and get lucky and to the point where you just don't get screwed over. Which is fine. Roguelites can kind of be like that. It's part of the fun, but it's definitely something that I think is worth mentioning and complaining about a little bit. So, yeah, I got some cool e-bikes. I've been into it a lot. I see a lot of the people around town have like the brands that are serviced by the local repair shop. The repair shop sounded really good. I checked them out, emailed them, or Facebook messaged them, and they seem sort of nice, but like I want to get really mad at them because it's like they literally say on their website that they'll service bikes that aren't the brands that they sell if they have Shimano parts. And then I go on there, I'm like, hey, because I'm not 100% sure if the random Chinese bike I bought on Amazon is 100%, like I don't know if the shifting is 100% good. You know what I mean? I don't know what to do if a spoke goes bad. I don't know shit about bikes, so it's like it'd be nice if the local repair shop could do some of the basics on my bike, which I know they're capable of. The Chinese bikes are not that dissimilar to the overpriced dumbass bikes that they sell. It's just really frustrating that they'll turn away a potential customer, and I might have even bought one of their bikes if they were good to me for a year or two with my bikes, you know what I mean? Now I just want to avoid them entirely. I'll just keep buying new e-bikes if I have to, and scrapping the old ones if they get too broke. Like, I really don't give a fuck. I'd rather buy 4 cheap Chinese e-bikes that all work just as good as the fucking dumbass American bikes or wherever they're getting these stupid electric bikes and shit. Why would I pay more and then also pay a fuck ton to have you guys service them? You know what I mean? When I could just not do that and buy more Chinese bikes that are probably going to last just as long and might not even need to get serviced if I know what I'm doing, you know what I mean? lubing up the chain, learn how to replace a few of the basic parts if I have to, spokes and, you know, maybe the chain, maybe something with a gear system or brake. Anyways, I'm just pissed because like the way they did it too, was so bullshit. Like I asked them if they service my bike, they're like, no, the fire department and insurance department does not let us service batteries that are not, and motors. I don't even know. Well, what motors don't start fires? The batteries do. You fucking moron. They don't let us service batteries and motors that aren't certified. And I'm like, and then I message back, and they wouldn't even be looking at those parts. First of all, the battery is clearly easily removable. It takes like 1 second to remove it, so it wouldn't even have to go in their building. They're like, we cannot let that bike enter our building. It's gonna ruin our whole. It's gonna burn down for sure. And then I messaged them back, and I was like, the batteries are UL certified. And then they were like, oh, upon further review, we noticed that they are certified, but sadly we don't support that manufacturer. So it's just bullshit, because it's like, okay, if you didn't support the manufacturer, you could have just said that right away. Why would you? They're just trying to get you to feel bad about your bike so that you feel like you need to buy one of theirs because that's the only place in town that repairs bikes. It's just really frustrating. Because you know they could replace the spokes. You know they could check on my gear system, the Shimano gear system. They probably work with the same one all the fucking time, or a very similar one. You just know they could, and I would pay them for it. I would be happy about it, but they're douchebags. You know what I mean? They clearly have like someone at the top of their company there that is so desperate to sell their fucking overpriced dumbass bikes that aren't even better than my bikes. They're worse than my bikes, and they're overpriced. Chinese all the way, my man. That's all I got to say about it. Fucking cringe-ass cringe lords, bro. And then, like, I would be okay with all that, but they clearly, like, know some people who could, like, either some friends who do, like, their own little home operation, or some place in a neighboring town that could help me. And I like, there's no way they worked with that many bike people and have no clue who could help me work on that bike. You know what I mean? So then I messaged him again at the end, and I was like, okay, thanks for the information. And I bet they would help me if I bought one of their fucking bikes too. That's the thing. They're probably just greedy like that. And they're like, we don't know of anyone who works on those bikes. It's like, yeah, fucking right. I guarantee you guys know like 40 people who all know how to do all that shit. Like, I could literally pay a random one of their customers or a random one of their workers to like check it at their house real quick for me for like, it would take them like 20 minutes tops, and they get a bunch of money from me. They're just fucking douchebags, really. I don't know how they have such good reviews. They got those fucking people in that town brainwashed. None of those people in that town ever seen a good deal on Amazon in their fucking life. And oh, just a bunch of rich snooty fucks who can pay $2,000 for a bike that's worth $500. Like, I don't want to be like that, but it's fucking true. Like, that's the problem. It's not like I instantly wrote them off after they disappointed me initially. What happened was, video get fucked up? I didn't know notice this game wasn't taking up the full screen. I don't know if something's. I might have to restart this recording, or whatever. So yeah, that's been pissing me off, because it's like, we know you guys could easily work on these bikes. You're just, or give me better info. You just refuse to do either one because you're greedy bastards that need to sell your fucking bikes that are linked, that you're in cahoots with. You know what I mean? Anyways, that's just been frustrating, because e-bikes are super cool if you're properly geared up around town and you pay attention. They're like pretty damn safe, especially if you learn your roads and you be safe on all the intersections and stuff like that. Like, there's somebody, and unfortunately, it makes me even more pissed off. Somebody just passed away from getting hit on an e-scooter last night in the town we live in. And it's like, yeah, that's the last fucking shit I needed to hear, you know what I mean? New e-bike rider, somebody, right after I get it, somebody fucking dies. I'm riding it around. It was not like he was on the highway, he was in town. Somebody just didn't see him, even though he had reflective gear. And lights. I don't know how the hell you don't see that. They said the person was a little bit drunk. I almost guarantee that person was too drunk. Actually, you shouldn't drink and drive at all, but that's besides the point, because you don't understand how much it impairs you until something bad happens. You're just floating on a cloud of lies, basically. Like, you think you're good because you can function, but the second that being truly present is required to save somebody's life and not run them over, that's when or to save your own life and not crash, you know what I mean? That's when you really realize, like, oh, I was not capable of driving properly. We just kind of risk those things in Wisconsin and in the U.S. It's fucking ridiculous. So that was pissing me off too. Like, overall, I'm doing good. It's just like weird things always seem to pop up. Or like my dog is like super fat now, and I feel bad for him, and there's nothing I can do for him. You know, I'm not the one who feeds him. So. It's always something, man. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. There's always a magical way that the universe like makes me feel bad about life. Even when things should be, you know what I mean? Like, I should be happy. Hollow Knight Silk Song's coming out soon. I got some awesome electric bikes that seem to be working well. They're a good price. They didn't break my bank. They're fun to put together. My back's healing. You know what I mean? Like, I should be in a better mood, but somehow life always like worms its way in. Like, me and my girl like almost got into an accident on the place where I was like already afraid of. Like, we went there a few times and the drives went good, but I could tell that it was just like some crazy highways that people weren't ready for, and there's obviously some idiots out there who don't even know how to drive on those highways, and there's too many trucks for those highways as well. They shouldn't even be allowed to have that many trucks on that highway. Semi-trucks and big trucks. So they should honestly create a separate road system for that shit, but that's besides the point. They don't care about our lives. We can just get squashed and Trump can fly around in his fancy golden helicopter. Where the fuck he is. So yeah, there's just like some odd things that have been really fucking pissing me off. Kind of putting a damper on what otherwise would be really good days, because me and my girl have been really good. Me and my family have been good. Talking to some of my friends a little bit here and there. Some new exciting games are coming out. The games I'm playing currently I'm having fun with. Might be getting Donkey Kong Bonanza down the road. So my last hope is a fucking guy, which I don't know why the fucking person I asked at the local bike shop didn't know this person, but there's a guy in town with his own business who also does e-bike repairs, and I'm pretty sure he repairs like any e-bike because he builds his own, so I'm pretty sure he could do basic repairs on like any bike. It says he does. There's reviews that mention that he just repaired their bike, not that they bought one from him. So he also sells his own bike. And then I'm like, okay, at least I got this guy that I could fall back on. Nope, he's not. I don't know if he lives in Wisconsin and Florida, or if he's on vacation, or what's going on, but he's not answering his phone, he's not replying to text messages, he's not replying to emails. And all the reviews say that he was like very helpful and responsive within a week, or within a day, I mean, sorry. Same day he fixed their problem, so I mean, I still have hope for the dude. He seems cool. He's got like a YouTube channel. I probably don't really jive with him because I'm like a nerd. He's probably like more of an outgoing kind of guy. Mechanic-y type guy. I don't know. He knows how to build his own bike, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, I'm hoping that he can either help me out or help me out and teach me some things for some money. Because that's like my last hope. The only other hope is maybe spending a fuck ton and having somebody like come from a neighboring city. I don't even know if it's an option either, because there's not that many cities around. I'm sure if you were like in the big cities in Wisconsin, like Milwaukee or something, you could find somebody, but yeah, so I don't even know if that's worth it at that point, because it's like, if I need to pay some person from a neighboring city like $300 to come out to me and replace a spoke on my bike, it's like almost worth it to just buy a whole new bike, you know what I mean? And then you gotta probably pay money to scrap the broken bike that you have, or like try desperately to give it away on Facebook if you don't know what to do with it, you know what I mean? Or maybe you could sell it for parts or something. Maybe, you know, it's a headache and it's frustrating because the local bike shop could easily service these bikes. They're just being douchebags. It's a certified battery, certified motor. The gearing system that I would want them to even just take a peek at for me is the same shit that they use and know how to service. They wouldn't even like make an exception for extra money or nothing. Like, it's just fucking annoying, dude. Every time you like get excited about something and you're like, oh, there's a local shop right by me, I can get my chain lubed up and my bike checked for a decent price, and it's right down the road. Hell yeah! And then you're like excited, and you're like, okay, I feel secure. I feel like I can do this e-biking thing, and I got all my protective gear, and I'm learning the roads. You know what I mean? And then there's always something that like what do they say? Throws a pipe in the spokes. I don't know. Throws, you know, what's the word? I don't know. That'd be funny if I knew the phrase. They jam a fucking spear through your fucking tire and you go flying off your bike and die from a head injury. Like that's literally what like life does to you. Anytime something's working and it's going good for you, something just completely will find a way to ruin your happiness, to ruin your sense of peace and safety. Oftentimes there's not like a clear solution for what to do. Like I could be, my state of mind could be saved if that guy answered his phone. He doesn't answer his fucking phone or email, you know what I mean? And his website's down, but apparently like 2 months ago he was still helping people, so I don't know if he just like goes back and forth between Florida and Wisconsin and he's like not always here. I don't know. I still have high hopes because it seems like the perfect option. He's only a little bit farther than the bike shop. I'm not that good at biking in town, so anytime I'm going on a new road, it's going to be that much harder for me. I'll probably end up getting in trouble because I'll go on a sidewalk because I'm scared, and then I'll be like in trouble with a cop because my bike doesn't look like it belongs on a sidewalk, even though basically any e-bike belongs on a sidewalk if you're going slow. It's not different than a normal bike, you know what I mean? Yeah, but you have the potential of going fast, so you're getting a ticket. Like, I guarantee there's going to be a douchebag cop that gives me trouble at some point. Even if I'm being very safe, watching out for pedestrians, not rushing on sidewalks or anything like that. It's all good, but as long as, you know, I'm happy my bikes still work. There might be a little bit of wonkiness with the gear shifting on my fancier bike, but it seems to be running smooth for the most part, and it's super fast. And I'm just wondering, like, if some of the little clicking noises are supposed to be there. I've never had a shifting bike, let alone, or a bike with a shifter. I don't know what you want to say. Bike with a gear system, and I've never had an e-bike with a gear system, so it's all new to me. But yeah, that's pretty much the update. I'm also kind of frustrated because even though my fancier motorcycle style e-bike could easily, what's the words? Handle a rear rack of some kind. They don't make them for that bike, so I gotta like ghetto something together with some bungee cords, and like, who wants to hold their food order for their family? Because I like to transport food for me and my partner because it's fun and it saves money. It's just frustrating because like You could easily put a rear rack on there if the company made... There's even like holes in the slots where that could hold some of the fixtures of it. So I gotta like ghetto something together, which I'm not very good at. Or I have to have my dad make something, which he lives like too far away to like properly work on the bike, so that's great. My only hope is to like maybe somehow that e-bike guy with his own business in town could help me do it, which he probably wouldn't want to do that. And or I can ghetto something together with bungee cords and Velcro and shit, and hopefully it holds. Hopefully it's flat as well, so like I can carry drinks and stuff if I want. Anyways, that's kind of what I've been frustrated by. I know it's not the biggest issues, it's just a little frustrating. Because I was really expecting like some of the most popular e-bikes on Amazon to at least have somebody who could help me a little bit with them, you know what I mean? Pretty big city as well, a lot of people ride e-bikes, e-scooters. I don't know, people say there should be a different word for like a sitting down like scooter moped thing and like an actual scooter that you stand on, you know what I mean? Are they different? Let me Google this here quick. I need to know. Okay, I'm sick of talking already. I think my food order is about to be here. Let me see. What's going on? My back is so fucking annoying. It feels good when I'm still and then I start moving and I get reminded that it's fucking trash. But for like nothing. I did nothing wrong. If I didn't already say that, I'd get mad about that. I'm gonna do it again. I think my food order is here, so I think I have to go, sadly, guys. Yeah, it did get delivered, so.
But like when it has that,
I gotta go for a little bit. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Sorry for the complaining, you know what I mean? But life's always got some crazy shit, and
when you play it with the CRT,
it's just very easy to complain about said crazy shit when people who could easily help you and make money off of you refuse to even give you a shot. And then they pretend it's like because of their business's policies, but really it's not. They're just dicks. Because they could help me outside of their business personally. They could point me in the right direction. They could make an exception for extra money. They could do a lot of things. They're just wrong. And like I just missed this single. Like I don't know how this guy's busy or what's going on, but I like just missed him because apparently he was just around working and now he's not responding to anything. Website's down. Not responding to texts, calls, emails. Well, hopefully he comes through because that guy would be a lifesaver. If he does, I'll let you guys know. If he comes through and ends up being a cool guy, I'll definitely, not that he wouldn't be a cool guy, but if he ends up being cool to me, then I'll definitely let you guys know and update you on the situation.
I can't wait to go. So talking about that, we have the tentative release window yet? Has that been announced?
A lot of this is the fucking
It is not 2026.
cars of the universe's fault. If everybody learned that we could be riding quadricycles around and bicycles and tricycles and shit for less money and be safer than driving massive automobiles that can fucking crush you and blow up and shit, that go next to huge semis and get flattened like pancakes, then more people would be riding these things around and the world would be a better and safer and happier place that doesn't run off of fucking gas and burn a bunch of emissions in the sky. But yeah, I digress. Those are the things I've been frustrated by lately. Because you just want the world to be somewhat progressive, somewhat changing, somewhat forward thinking, somewhat interesting, and it just always ends up being the same old, same old. stubborn people, stubborn situations, people not giving a fuck about safety and not giving a crazy motherfuckers on the road making you so afraid that you don't even want to drive cars anymore because they just do the stupidest fucking shit and they go so fucking fast for no reason. They save like 2 minutes on their drive. It's just like, there's so many things that just add up all of a sudden and you're just like, fucking A. You don't know what to do. Like, it just makes you so mad and you have nothing. You can't change the world and you just gotta accept it, and it's just frustrating. It's like, you don't want to accept it. You wish things could have been cooler and different. But yeah, that's a little bit about what I've been going through. Other than that, things have been really good. There's a lot of things I'm really looking forward to. I'm like foaming at the mouth for Hollow Knight Silksong and Min of the Hollower and other games like that. But yeah, I got some new games to try out today. I'm gonna keep resting my back up, do a little work for the family. Should be fun. Nice talking to you guys. Got to go take the Walmart order inside or help out with that. I'm sure they already started doing it. My family's been pretty great about helping the last few months. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it for me. I'm still going to document my e-bike adventures. I'm still going to save up money and try to work hard so that even if one of my bikes does break down, I stay in the community and I stay biking around town. I'm going to get some really good safety gear and reflective gear and all that, better lights, better lighting, nighttime lights for the bike so I'm more visible. Everything I could do, basically. I want to take all the precautions possible, go all the way in. Because I think if you do it safe, it is safer than people give it credit for. Because they hear about some accidents that happen, and then usually when you hear about those accidents, there was something like that person wasn't taking all the precautions they needed to, sadly, you know what I mean? Could have been a helmet that saved them. It could have been just taking intersections safer. A different style of riding could have saved them. Riding at better times of the day. More reflective gear, more visibility. Brighter lights, like I said, lighting on the bike itself to illuminate you. And also looks cool too.
I would check out the website because there's a
turn signals, body armor, just being more aware of your surroundings and not getting lazy with it. I just feel like there's so many. I'm not trying to blame it on the people who get in accidents. I know sometimes it's just like crazy, like basically inescapable stuff. But it doesn't stop you from thinking like how things could have went different, you know what I mean? Yeah, so there's like e-scooters that they call them scooters, but they just look like mopeds. And then they have these standing scooters. I feel like there should be a differentiation, or just call it a fucking e-moped or something. These fucking four-wheel electric scooters and like four-wheel quadricycles and shit look so fucking sick. They look like the cars of the future, like we should be driving these. Especially anywhere where it's not like frozen outside. And I'm sure we could come up with like some vehicles that are really good in the cold that are electric and stuff like that too. But whatever. One can dream. I'm at the point where I'm like down to risk my life for the e-bike vision, you know what I mean? For the vision of the... And I'm a guy who's like pretty afraid. I've lived most of my life inside my house, playing video games, hiding from the world, being shy, all that. And I'm at the point where I'm just like... It's not that I don't care about my life, it's that I'm fed up with this world so much that I want to be part of the change even in my own small way, you know what I mean? And then another thing that pissed me off, it's not that big of a deal because I'm going to try to make up for it next time, but I was all excited to do my first little home DoorDash order where I'm DoorDashing to myself. And like I said, I'm just going to pick up food on a bike. And I got boba, and it was really good the day before, and then yesterday when I got it, I paid more money, I tipped, and I got like ice, like the whole, like it was all ice, like it was like no flavor. And I paid for the larger size, and I gave a tip. I don't know who the fuck would want to drink all ice? Who wants to pay like $9 for ice? You know what I mean? Like, when the day before we paid less, and the smaller drink had like twice the flavor. I don't know. I'm not trying to get super mad about it. It was a one-time thing, but it was just frustrating because it was like I was really excited. It was my first time transporting food on the bike. I felt like I did a good job, and then I got home and the drink fucking is ice. It sucks. I mean, maybe somebody who's trying to watch their health more would, and they don't want something that sugary would be happy with it, but when I go out and I spend that on a sugary drink, like I want it to taste fucking good, you know what I mean? Anyways, much love to you guys. I don't want to waste my whole day chatting and stuff. But I'll be back soon. I'll update you guys. Hopefully the e-bike shop or the e-bike guy in town can help me out. Got some new banger games coming around the corner. The bikes have been really fun. I'm gonna start. Eventually, I'll get a little camera. I have a camera, but I want like a GoPro kind of camera too. And I'll use my phone and my camera for now though, and I'll make little e-bike adventures. Kind of be like a pretend Door Dasher, because we can't Door Dash on e-bikes in my city, unfortunately. But I'm gonna do it for like sort of pretend. Maybe there'll be like somebody who sees me doing it and they want me to pick up food for them, and I could get like a one customer sort of thing. But yeah, I'll share my adventures as best I can. There's not going to be a fuck ton of videos or anything, but there'll be some. And yeah, once my back's feeling a little bit better, we'll be doing some more things. Getting back into music. Working more on Halo montage videos. More adventures outside, exploring the city. Checking out, there's a nice bike trail that goes like all around the city. I want to check that out and see like what kind of stores I can access by going on that trail for a while. I'm gonna probably make videos about how to take somebody with like no bike experience to a decent rider, because that's basically my situation. Like, up until like a month ago, I almost had no bike experience, and e-bikes make it just a lot easier to get going. It's not so hard to take off. It's when you get tired, it's easy to take a break and just focus on the biking and the steering instead of actually pedaling, you know what I mean? Obviously, there's extra dangers with e-bikes, the battery fires and maintenance, and the speed could be dangerous as well if you're going too fast when you shouldn't be and stuff like that. But there's also ways where it's safer, so I mean, there's also aspects about it that make it safer. So, anyways, I gotta go. Much love to you guys. Trying to look for some current games that are really gonna hit the mark, hit the right spot. I've been kind of picky the last like 6 months with games, and it's been frustrating. But I'm trying to break through that, and I don't know if it's just growing older or life or fear or what's keeping me from doing some of the things I want to do, but I'm trying to work through it. I've been talking to my girl about it a lot, trying to figure it out. But yeah, other than that, things have been pretty good. I've been reducing a lot of my bad habits this year, as I've been talking about, to the point where I don't really have nearly as many bad habits as I have over the last 20 years of my life. This is by far the best year. So that's pretty good. I've been trying some new things, new food, sauces, things I wouldn't usually try, aioli, veggies and stuff. And I'm trying to expand. I know there's a lot of stuff I still gotta try. We've been having salads here and there. That's been nice. I'm afraid of trying salads from cheap places now because Walmart gave me irritable bowel syndrome, and I really don't want food poisoning again. So. Anyways, catch you guys down the road. Hopefully we got some good news on the e-bike situation next time. I mean, it is good news. I built 2 e-bikes and they were super fun, but the bad news is I don't know enough about bikes to know if they are perfectly in working order, and I don't know where I could go for that wouldn't Like, I don't have the capability of driving it to another city, and nor do I want to. I'm not really interested in having a car, unless it was gifted to me, and even then, I don't want to pay for insurance and gas every 2 seconds, you know what I mean? It's a waste of money and a waste of time. I'd rather just ride an e-bike to work. Get a cover for the bike, throw a cover on the rainy days, whatever I gotta do, I don't care.
Why do these kids?
And then I keep one last little thing. I keep ordering things from Amazon, and I'm like, oh, that's a deal. I've got a very good like used purchase, and then they like don't ship me the parts, and then the fucking company won't reply fast enough, so I gotta like sit there and wait days and days for them to reply. It's like, yeah, right, you guys can't reply right away. They just care about who's ever spending the most money, so whoever spent the most money gets their help the fastest. That's really all it is.
You know what? Let's make that. So the parry in the middle of a combo is very rare. I don't remember, was there something like red parries in this game where it was like kind of like
No, there's
a quick
it just negates damage.
but this is like projectile that covers way too quick, so he can throw that at anytime he wants, and he becomes a projectile carry. So, good luck on that. Yeah, just one of those.
The problem
I just crouch. They throw it.
You always have to be worried about it.
Yeah.
That's the fear is what's good.
A quick projectile that stuns you and gives them a full-on combo that they can connect again over that relocks you down.
I hated that like Conan's best cameo.
Yeah.
Conan is gonna be better.
I think it would have been 2000.
I think 2000
Okay.
Conan was so much fun.
Yeah.
You know why? Because he was just a whiff punish monster.
Right. He didn't have any really quick. He didn't have any lows.
But it was all about like just waiting for one. Just hitting the hell out of it.
Yeah, I was just like, I just watch the movie. The characters that made the game a lot more interesting to watch the characters that like figured out a way of trying to break, and some people have been able to figure that out.
I have a feeling. I have a pretty good arguably one of the best.
I'm in the same boat, so like, right, you run down, right, and so, I mean, I played Cobra 1,000 times, and he's, pretty well, right, and then when it's on the ground and it comes at you, you have to watch it. Regardless, and whether you're blocking or not.
And it's like, I don't know if he's designed on a little bit. Yeah. But he's waiting. Like,
there are ways to do terrible stuff. Well, you're right, yeah. I kind of wanted to talk to you guys about stuff like that. I wanted to talk to you about that. But I didn't want to get ahead of myself. Right, exactly. Right, and he was, yeah, he was only that's why I was being careful. I was like, you know what, focus on it. Right, exactly. So even if I ask him a question, I'm just going to
eventually went down the
so they'll be like, I'm glad that they were able to explain why they were doing this Game Boy and all this other stuff. Like, man, I don't know if anybody's gonna pick up on that. That's
our audience, but also just like public.
Right, and having all of the points it's kind of cool, you know, like having kind of watch anyway, even if the stuff you kind of forgot about or maybe not. I'm all for it. This grand finals, let's go.
Grand finals.
Come on. We'll listen. This is great. I got another pack right here. I'm favoring mine. I think I'll go back to it. Oh, yeah. You know Cyrax.
Sonic Box is not going to play here.
Yep, it's Sonic in mix. Yeah, all you can do is watch as your let's
see if Sonic they're very good at this.
Now, Homelander, I don't remember was doing something when it first came out, but like slowly farther down the road, everybody started to pick up on what Homelander was doing. And like, the thing is, right.
The B20 cordless oscillating tool, designed to cut, sand, scrape, and grind multiple materials in tight spaces. A universal tool-free accessory system makes attachment adjustments quick and easy. The variable speed dial provides precise control. An integrated LED helps provide visibility. And VersaTrack compatibility simplifies storage. Craftsman, build on.
You cracked the case. And all the while, you were soaking in love. There's more to imagine.
Yeah, it was okay. Jack, in the cartoon or the comic books, did Omni-Man even have like eye lasers and stuff like that? I don't think he really did. I think he just was just strong. And then like, I didn't think he had like cold breath or anything like that. Omni-Man was just strong.
Strong?
Yeah, he's a strong guy, right? Yeah, he did.
It's the same thing with Invincible. He's just strong.
Right, yeah. Invincible didn't have any weird powers or nothing like
How
that.
they know from the reference to the video fighting game. Quan Chi was the worst DLC. Well, Quan Chi was not a great. Oh, he's not a great choice for a DLC.
Yeah.
Oh, can't wait. Oh, man, look at that.
Yeah.
The way they work is the cool Quan Chi.
Right.
Not maybe the best, but that's the end Quan Chi. Monster. That's awesome.
I gotta what do you think of the new characters becoming, Tekken's doing it, Mortal Kombat doing it, like that. And it's like, well, those are old characters. Yeah, right? Like, if it's going to be DLC, shouldn't it be a new character or a guest character? That is DLC.
Like, that's the reason it's a little tired when it's like the character was DLC last time.
Right, and that's even worse. Again, and you're like, what's the comp on for, you know, like, I don't necessarily think that's
Like Street Fighter 6 is about to do it as well with Alex. And Sagat.
Well, it's just like I mean, yeah, Alex Sagat, yeah.
DLC characters.
And you're like, oh, okay, thanks. Like, I get it. These companies can't make the characters all at once.
The franchise is growing bigger and bigger.
Okay, well, that I do disagree. I think that Akuma's DLC. I think Akuma should always be DLC.
Here's the thing. But Akuma is the quintessential DLC
character, right? Like,
he was like originally a bonus character.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. He's the secret character that is supposed to come after everything. That makes sense. He's the guy that's supposed to. I think Akuma, Noob Saibot are also
Noob Saibot's fun.
right. Like those characters should be.
Baraka?
Wow.
Play that guy.
He's the only one that I remember because they switched up a lot of stuff. So Quan Chi was so much fun with him because of the Cyrax combo. They changed the way Cyrax played, and then they changed the way Quan Chi's attacks were put out. I couldn't play the character anymore; it was all gone. So I had to switch it up.
Baraka was one of the characters that do like you can cash out all of your something.
Right.
You can cash out your fatal blow and turn it into some crazy numbers.
Yeah.
Chad, have you not seen Cyrax do this stuff? Why is this blowing your mind? Fox and like I think it was Foxy Grandpa.
Yeah.
The ones that originally came up with this.
Yeah. And Sonic was like, let me improve.
They made it like airtight.
Yeah.
But this is Cyrax.
Yeah.
This is when you give Cyrax what you can always have. MKX not so bad.
Yeah.
Cyrax is that character. Funny enough, MKX sector I think is better.
Yeah, at the end anyway. At the end, it's always because this happened in MK9. People slept on Sonya for the longest time, and then at the end of the cycle of like
Sonic Fox was playing her.
Sonic Fox was playing her and could not be stopped.
It's freaking complex. It takes me through.
And enjoy the show. What? That was an actual mix. Yeah. Sonic is exactly what you're doing. That's great.
The next is not take away as much bar as you think.
God. So hard to watch. When you do like
That, I guarantee you that's
it's good now. Yeah, really? Okay. Oh wow. That's good. I even after the still caring about the game.
Bo and Cyrax.
Yeah. The problem is that Sonic still to this day does not have a solid playset. You can do that. So Sonic does have a slight but for all the advantages Sonic does, doesn't matter. You just get away with it. Just get away with it. Okay, here we go. Nicholas is figuring ways to get in.
It's a mash circle combo.
Nothing but pressure. Just stay on top and don't let Sonic push any buttons and you'll be able to do something. Wow. So another way to negate from Sonic to break is to just poke. Poke and chip and poke. Poke and chip. Poke and chip. And of course with Tremor being able to bully you and allow Baraka to just get away with stuff, this makes the character probably the most craziest. Again, I love the idea of cameos. The cameos was a great idea.
Loser. Loser. Topper. Loser, noodle, door, topper, door, loser. Loser. Noodle. Door. Jump. Door. Door. Topper. 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 Jump. Door. Jump. Noodle. Topper. Loser. Noodle. Topper. Topper. Noodle. Loser. Door. Noodle. Noodle. Topper. Noodle. Ugh.